Hello everyone, and welcome back to another Heartwell dev stream, the live stream series where we continue to develop this adorable Souls-like action RPG with platforming mechanics and a branching narrative. If you find these dev streams interesting or helpful, be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel and boot that bell button to stay notified. Now, hey Tay Sparks, thank you for dropping by. How's it going? What I've been up to with Heartwell since the last dev streams, I've been doing a lot of work with making sure the Cobras can act independently of each other and reworking the damage calculations as a result. This has led me to adjust some of the specials for the weapons that'll be in the tutorial dungeon, including rocks, which previously this fourth special here used to be set to double elemental damage. Now it actually adds status effects, since I'm going to be using the status effects. I guess allowing the players to get a glimpse of what those are like earlier on. Same goes with the tomahawks and axe. They used to have a special that would eat away at an opponent's armor. Or it still does the similar thing. It just does that through the status effect rework now. I'm sorry to hear you've had a rough day, KJ Sparks. I know you've been having some issues on Steam, but I hope those eventually get resolved. But in terms of Heartwell, what all this means is that I'm now moving more towards actually building things more rapidly with development. And that will continue today, because today we're going to follow up with last dev stream, even in terms of some level building. So if we switch on over to the levels, if you recall last dev stream, we did all of this. So everywhere you see a green X is an impassable wall. And this allows us to actually be able to have the levels exist as levels. Fair enough, Data Sports. Well, in that case, what I would say is, you know, take it easy tonight. Do something you enjoy, and then you can shut in on it tomorrow morning. That'd be my best guess. But yeah, I think what we'll do. I'm noticing I'm spawning, I think, way down here somewhere. Yeah. Gonna create ourselves a little opening, just so we can get to the save point here and use that for testing purposes. Ah, fair enough, KJ Sparks. It's alright to ask, what are you drawing? But yeah, last dev stream was all about placing the impassable walls. This dev stream is going to be all about placing slopes and platforms and height setting blocks. So if we do that... Yep, we respawn right here. Perfect. So... the interesting thing about... Oh, you're updating your commission sheet. That's awesome, KJ Sparks. Cool, cool. Which OC are you working on, KJ Sparks? But yeah, fun fact about this altar of record, I probably brought this up last stream, is that this is the only save point in the entire tutorial dungeon, even though the tutorial dungeon has 3 different floors. This one included. And you might say, Antomicx, why would you design it that way? Because Metroidvania level design principle, there's a lot of looping back to this area in this tutorial dungeon. So merely by having this one save point here, we've already established what we need to in terms of respawning. Oh, your Yu-Gi-Oh! Brains OC, nice, nice. Sounds cool, sounds cool. I also like the name Angel. That's actually what I named my Togekiss in a Pokemon Dungeons & Dragons campaign that I participate in. It's a very pretty name. Let's see here. So now we're going to be placing the platforms. Let me see if I can find our height setting platforms, as those will be... Ah, here they are. So the floor setting platforms are invaluable for, as they say, it forces the z-axis height to be a certain amount. I think this one we set. So basically what this does is anytime you see a value like this, That means round level. This one means 3 level. And just to give an example of how this works for everybody. I'm trying to remember if I left this visible or not. Oh, we'll keep these visible for now for testing purposes. In the main game, I'll make these invisible. But just give everyone a fresh reminder of what exactly it is we're doing here. It's also, I think what we'll do is we'll grab all of these. Boop, 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 boop. I'll probably need these as well. Just copy those, bring them up. Let's bring them over here for building purposes. We're also in the right layer, that's good. Okay. So to give you all an idea of how these floor setting tiles work, I'll just make a quick example right here. Right now, floor set level 2 is set to... We should probably call these something else. Instead of level 0 and level 2, it's probably refer to floor set A, floor set B. Right now, floor set A is set to 0, floor set B is set to 3. And that effectively means that if the player walks over these, they will be automatically set to a specific height. So in this case, this tile has an elevation of 3. And right now, if Dorothy were to spawn in, she has an elevation of 0. So, at this current moment, it is impossible for Dorothy to get on top of this platform. However, simply by walking on a floor set level 3, all of a sudden she can just walk straight up there. You notice how I didn't even have to jump to get up here. And that's the power of this particular tile. It does it seamlessly. Now, of course, if we were to walk off the edge like this, we'd have a bit of a conundrum here with setting our value to 0 almost instantly. Leads to some weird shenanigans. But with a second floor set block like that, it can force us back to 0. Easy peasy, simple concept. In order to make this let's see here. In order to make the best use of this, what we do is we use this as a way to reduce the amount of entities we need in areas, because anywhere that the level is 0, we don't need to place tiles, and that'll help with optimization. So, I think what I'll do is I'll default floor set B to a z-axis of 2, because I think that's going to be a pretty frequent thing happening. We'll go from there. But I think a prime example of this is right down here. So you notice there's a little dip in elevation here. We'll need a level 1 tile for that. These level 1 slopes will, of course, give us the slope that we're expecting. I'll also put at runtime to make these invisible. Actually, we definitely need to give these a different color just to make them easier to spot. For our own purposes. Okay. That'll ensure we have our sliding effect that we want. Then what we'll do is place, duplicate that. Alright, so to test this bottom area here, player starts here, by the way. If we were wandering around here, all of a sudden we hit a wall, that doesn't seem right. As it shouldn't, but of course we need to be at this elevation to actually encounter what we need to encounter. You know, the slopey slopes and all that. So what we can do, to actually make this function as intended, is grab our floor set and utilize that. All right. Put that one there, put that there. I think by placing those there, that should eliminate the issue we were seeing there. Yep, so now natural passive slope. And no one would ever know the difference. I just check to see if, yep, so that does make those things disappear, but I think that's livable. Obviously, though, we do need to have a slope of some kind here. Oh, actually, this could be a question for chat. There are many areas in the tutorial dungeon, like here, where there are no enemies, so there's no conceivable reason to, say, throw a projectile or something like that. My question to you, chat, is would it make sense to move our impassable walls, like down here, to reduce the amount of tiles we need to make use of? Or do we throw slopes in there in order to make it more consistent with, like, what the dungeon actually looks like? The reason I ask is, in a situation like this, if you're like running around a corner, you know, pretty much none the wiser, but you also can't throw projectiles like you'd normally be expecting to. Actually, now I take it back. No, we should put slopes there. I answered my own question. And that's for consistency's sake, I think. Let's do 10. Okay. Well, if you have some perspective on KJ Sports, feel free to let me know. I was just thinking, like, at least for now, this is good because I did test out if there was lag if we put like a bunch of tiles everywhere at like high amounts, and I got like up to like a couple, like well over like 4,000 or 5,000 tiles without having any noticeable lag. So, and I didn't test beyond that because at that point I was noticing just, again, no significant difference. So I think we'll be okay as long as we don't go overboard in places. The other aspect to this, chat, is if we place all these tiles when we start to notice lag, that's when we can, of course, try to optimize a bit further. Alright. There's some tiles down there. So one section I'm definitely going to be curious about how we handle is this one here. So the well here obviously goes very, very, very high, as you can see. We'll have to cross that bridge when we get there in terms of how we handle this slope here. But it's definitely a super long slip, so we'll probably want to use larger objects for that to convey to the players. It's like you can really section it off into different parts here. So like section 1, section 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth. Yeah. Actually, now that I think about it. So if I want to stand way, way, way over here and throw a projectile, will it just magically disappear? Okay, that's what I thought. I think there's probably a way we can make projectiles seamlessly not do that. So let's go into our code to, what I basically want to do is make it so that if the projectile happens to fly over one of these tiles, like floor set A or floor set B, it will force the projectile's height. Well, what I think we should do, if the projectile flies over these things and it's at a lower elevation, well, actually no, even if it's a higher elevation, we should just set it to whatever that height is. Let's check this. Alright, player ranged attacks. Oh, projectile collisions would probably be a good spot to start. Alright. I think this is kind of the area we'll want to add in this line. So 1400s. Collision between that, and we'll say it's at a So what these lines of code should do, chat, is if you recall before, when we tried to throw a projectile from that hallway, there's a floor set tile here and some higher elevation here. It would make it so that that would disappear. Let's test it out. So I'm aiming for that point over yonder. Aha! It's worked! We finally did it! Of course, you could probably end up with a situation like this. Let's see if I can line a shot up. I'm going to try and... Let's try there. Okay, and that is quite easily fixed by simply... insert a comment. Lines above. Forces. The projectile. Projectiles to be at the z-axis height of the floor set block that tile that they pass over to allow seamless transitions to prevent projectiles from hitting higher elevation platforms where they visually should not. Example: a long hallway where no platform tiles are present except at the very end. Therefore, needing a force tile to allow the projectile or the player to walk to up that platform seamlessly. Alright. That should do with that. And that right there should alleviate that problem. Now we've established that. This section down here should be just fine. This section over here is a bit different. Yep. What's cool about this is even though it looks like visually you're going up and down stairs, if it's just the player looking at this at a glance, in actuality, most of this is kept at a height of 0. And only has platforms where absolutely needed, so this will help a lot with optimization. Put 4 there. That. Oh, by the way, KJ Sparks, if you're still here, I'm trying to remember if you've watched Spy Family or not, because I know that season 2, I think, is coming out in October, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm very excited for that when that time arrives. because I really enjoyed season 1. Very silly, very wholesome, and a good amount of action as well. Oh, awesome. All right, take these far say us. What would be your predictions for season 2? My current thought is, well, at first thing, I've not read the manga, so I don't know where the story is going necessarily. I'm curious if we kind of like the timeline for when Yor and why am I forgetting the main character's name? Yep, they will be dating a Dada, that's true. They will be dating, I think the dog's name is Bond, which is, again, very, very funny because it of course, James Bond. But what I'm interested in is season 2 where they're going to actually, like, get into contact with Lloyd's main target, or is that still a ways off? That's something I don't know. The preview says that Bond's powers might be similar to Armor. Yeah, that's really interesting. That almost makes me wonder if maybe both of them were, stuck in, like, the same place to get those powers. Because Anya, with her powers to read minds and such. Yeah. Yeah, we could be a ways off for that. Another, like, key thing I'm curious about. Obviously, Anya knows who everyone else is, but when are Lloyd and Yor going to finally figure out that they're not quite what they seem? And the ramifications of that is what I'll be curious about. At least from what I've seen so far, I feel like Yor would very much want to do everything she could. Yes, Anya also needs more testosterone. That's true. She needs 7 more. I mean, she already has 1, but so that, like, 7 in one season, unless they do, like, a star an episode, that's going to be a very tall order. This is all making the assumption hidden that the whole stars thing doesn't end up being a red herring, and they just like, oh, well, Anya's like, oh, well, I don't need the stars after all to have reached the person we need. Because, I mean, you have to remember that... You guys remember the Dodgeball episode from season 2 of Spy Family? There was so much build-up to that. Like, to that Dodgeball thing throughout the entire episode, and at the very end of it, it was all for just one joke. No stars were earned, nothing was learned, it was just very, very silly. And I guess a little bit of characterization from the other students at the academy, but still, it was... You have to remember, it was like Anya even had like a whole anime name, Sacred Arrow, for like that one dodgeball throw, and she just completely whiffed it. Just because you know how to throw a dodgeball properly does not mean you know how to throw a dodgeball accurately. It was really, really funny when that happens. I also liked the Anya getting upset that she couldn't go into like specific rooms that probably had some of Lloyd and Yor's secrets in them. As she almost threatens to run away, but then Lloyd and Yor both start playing make-believe with Anya and proceed to like go down a street corner with these stuffed animals that they got. Well, Anya pretends to be a spy. It's like the most wholesome, silly thing. And that's kind of how you could basically sum up Spy Family, and it's very wholesome and very silly. Well, we also have some interesting perspectives on it. But yeah, they just end up playing with her. It's so cute. I know, it's so adorable. But my going back to plot predictions, I think if push came to shove and Yor found out that Lloyd was a spy, she'd still want to be with him and with Anya. I think Lloyd will get there eventually. I'm just not sure if it'll either be like, yes, right out the gate, I'm going to support this family over my mission, as opposed to putting the mission first. Or if like he might have like a crisis, so to speak, to figure that out, and then eventually realize the family was more important. Yep. Oh yeah, Yor's brother is definitely the oddball of the bunch, but that's a completely separate topic. What I'm thinking, and this is me, if I were imagining how this might play out, I almost wonder if Yor might get an assassination contract for Lloyd. And if that were to happen, I think things would escalate very, very quickly. Because we've already seen Lloyd and Yor fight each other during Anya's birthday thing. Or like Anya's special thing she had. So it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that could happen. I'm just thinking, like, at some point, their hidden lives are going to intersect in a way that's impossible to ignore. And that's when I think it's going to get very, very interesting story-wise. What do you think, KK Sparks? Yeah, I know. Which the worst idea we could get is Yor and Lloyd never dating together, which must never happen ever. Agreed. But my thought is, I'm curious how it would play out when they find out, because they have to eventually find out, right? So, I mean, even like Kaguya-sama Love is War, they have to eventually find out, or else the show would never end. Like. That's not what I want. Yeah, just like that. Save some more tiles. They're good. Yeah, there's no you can see the future forever. And the thing is, it's like it's to Anya. Now this is a secret. She already knows all this stuff. Yes, more of Anya's goofy facial expressions. So much, yes. We absolutely need that. I mean, Anya Forger's existence is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Me looking for ways to optimize this. Okay, I'm looking at this map and realizing we never actually defined the appearances for some of these things. So we know this has to be a one slide down. I think there's a way we could cheese this a bit, chat. Or not cheese, but just optimize a bit. So it's basically the optimal way to make a rum in Heartwell when we're doing level design is going to be to have the lowest possible section a z value of 0, because that doesn't require any tiles, and then build as few tiles around it as possible while still matching what you see visually. And I think the fact that this is like, I know we have like a jump up section here, but I don't think there was a reason for that. Let me just, I think I'll have to pull up the editor real quick. So, okay, there was no reason for that. It's just for aesthetic purposes. All right, in that case, I honestly see no reason to make this actually like a value of 3 here. Except for, of course, over here, but we can have like a floor set block for that. So what I think we do, chat, is we actually kind of lower the elevation here a bit. And, back level 1 here. What section is that? Ah, that section. Alright, what I think we do is we're going to actually lower the Z value here to a Y of 2, because that still allows us to make use of some of our other thingies. Let's copy that. That details layer 2. Enemies and items. There it is. Up. Actually, it kind of does have to be a 3, at least right here. But that can easily be worked around with like a floor setting block. So I say floor setting block to 3 there. Don't worry too much about that. Or then the concern here is that someone could theoretically jump up to 2 and snip the entire section. further up, I think. Yeah, I think it's over there. Either that jump wouldn't be doable or it would be quite tricky to pull off. Or do something like that. That doesn't quite work. It's putting that there. We could do something like this. That would basically ensure that the player can't actually by placing these here. Oh, that means we actually simplify the section a wee bit. Okay. That, by placing this here, all but assures we can keep the tiles like that. Thus limiting what we need to use. Okay. Whoa, not that. Me. Alright. Let's go with... yeah. Yep. Now let's pull up Graphics Jail. I need documents. Nope. And where is it? Yep. Okay, that helps me address where the line is. only has those three at like the edge. Okay, so I just move it 4 tiles to the right. Yep, I think that'll do. That covers everything. Yeah. Yep. Wait, did not design that way, did I? Oh, right. Do. That over here. Alrighty, chat. And just like that, we have ourselves a much more optimized, well, yeah, definitely optimized section, I would think. In this case, yeah. So in this case, given the fact that we no longer need level 3 tiles here, or platform tiles, that makes it us use a lot fewer tiles over here. Because now that's all at 0. Which still accomplishes what we want to accomplish. I'll just bring that over here. All right. I just need the level 2 tiles. Okay, let's test this room over here. Because I'm realizing I won't actually be able to reach it without moved about tiles. Very good. Alright, I think this room is working as intended. Cool. Now we can just put the wall back over there to fix that. Alright, chat, I think this will be a good spot for our first break, so don't go anywhere, guys. I will be right back. Alright, chat. Welcome back, everybody. So, we got this side room all created in terms of walls. Now we'll continue, I guess, working our way from right to left, and then definitely leave the well for last, because the well is going to be a bit more involved, I think. Okay. I'll definitely want to test out over here. Or test out over here, I should say. I also want to color code these a bit differently, just to make them easier to spot. Yep, yep. And that right there should allow us to simplify things a wee bit. Let's see here. 15. Oh! I'm surprised I got that at a glance. Okay. We put that there. Now we have ourselves. Hey, that'll do it for this right section. Let me just test up there to make sure the floor sets are working correctly. So far, so good. Now the real question. Ah, that's what I was afraid of. Yep. So, there, what you're seeing there, chat, is, falling. Also, floor settings messing things up there as well. This is where we need these. think that'll solve at least how that looks. Interesting. Okay, so that does seem to cause some problems. Is it causing problems if I were to here? Doesn't cause problems there because actually if I'm that's the 2, I see. If we do this here, that needs to be a level 2, I think. That doesn't make sense then, just then it's... I think... Alright, I think our best bet then is going to be... Get rid of that, put that there. Put that there. I'll test what happens if I put a level 2 there. I'm a little concerned, but we'll see. Okay. Any weird stuff happening? If I'm like around the edge or something. Yes, that's the only stipulation, is we can't, yeah. So we're gonna have some weird stuff, like things disappearing around corners if we do it that way. Oh, hello, JT Eagle. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for the alert, dude. I really appreciate it. Yep, I'm here. I wasn't saying anything. I was just thinking. Just trying to optimize this little spot here to better, to avoid little glitches. So just to give you an idea, these are blocks that set like the player's height, and the player needs to be at floor level height 2 here. in order to actually get what they need to be, or that's the highest they need to be without walking. Yeah, the only gripe I have with this is that it doesn't... guess what? Yeah, you know HTML. That's awesome, JT Eagle. Congratulations. Yeah, the problem is it just comes with projectiles. It's a very minor thing. There's no enemies in this hallway, so it's not like that would be likely to happen. It's more so just more of a quality of life thing to make sure that you don't end up with a weird situation where, like in Dark Souls 1, you fire an arrow around a corner and just get stuck in like midair. Like that's kind of the situation I'm trying to avoid here. The other thing is, I could make this path more windy to allow it... basically, if we cut off, like, the corner here, that would give us ample... that'd be a lot more efficient from a management of floor sets perspective. It would also, however, make our dungeon a bit less... a bit less direct, so we'd probably have to move some things around, like the door and such. And I don't want like unnecessary winding if we can avoid it. But by that same token, it might make sense if honestly, yeah. You know what? Sounds awesome. You're working on the advance of the JD Eagle website. That's awesome, JD Eagle. That's awesome. I'll be interested to hear more about it as you develop it. Right now, we're actually quite literally building the level. So, the tutorial dungeon. So this is very good progress for Heartwell. Last stream, of course, we made all the impassable walls. Now we're actually doing like the platforming collision tonight. So that's why, as you can see, I'm trying to do things in as few tiles as possible. So you notice that anywhere you don't see a rectangle like this or like this is just the background, which is ideal. We want to use as few tiles as possible while still making all the platforming collisions. So here, to the casual eye, it looks like this should all be at like level 1, right? Well, wrong. Actually, the only places it's at platform level 1 is right here, where it actually needs to be for platforming purposes, and literally everywhere else where it doesn't need to be that, it's at level 0, because level 0 doesn't require any tiles for us to convey that information to the programming in the background. So, definitely a fun thought experiment in terms of how one sets these sections up. Indeed. So, Jake Needle, for your website, are you trying to make it like a just sort of like a repository for all the games you're working on, or do you have like higher ambitions than that? You want Project Valosphere, you first started the Retipo for Jade. She had too many loop cuts and too many profiles. Fair enough, fair enough. Advertising. Okay, yeah, makes sense. It's important to have a place for everything. Yeah. All right, I think by doing this right here, that's going to be like the path of least resistance in terms of redesigning this section. It will make the run back to, so that door Well, actually, no. I guess the run back to the boss area isn't that much more complicated now. It's right there, so... Or one of the boss areas. I'll show all your games in progress and what games you're releasing, shop news, your YouTube. Okay, sounds like a cool project, JT Eagle Eagle. Sounds like it'll be very useful for you also as a developer. Good for you, dude. Alright, so to adjust the other... Just close that. There. I think literally everything else should be the same. So we delete that, we delete that, delete that. Delete that, delete that, delete that. There we go. That's more like it. This over here. Got that. Actually, it's unnecessary because impassable walls are a thing. Alright, so functionally, chat, what I think this will accomplish what we were trying to accomplish. Let's save that. Now, these may not look like that different of a build, but the big difference here is that we won't end up in situations with, again, the glitchy... Oh dear. And then I smoked. Ah dear. Easy fix. Move that there, move that down there, duplicate that one over to the right. So now that we firmly have regular tiles near these walls, we can just walk on down, no harm, no foul, fire projectile, again, looks exactly as the player would think it should. Except the difference is now this whole area over here, even though I have it, say, visually look like you're going up a slope or something, this is all just at a floor of 0. And no one would ever know the difference. To optimize that section out. Alright, so this part of the map's now all looking platformed out, which is good. Now for this section, as you might expect, this very long hallway is just going to be left alone. Well, I think they didn't leave the well alone for now. It's going to take a little bit of extra effort to make it work the way we want it to. So instead, we got over there, this over here, over there, over there. Let's turn our attention over to the left side of the map. All right. And this one's an easy one. We just have 2 platforms there. Stay on space. We'll put that there. Actually, no, that doesn't make sense. The player could theoretically fall through that section, so... Well, there we go, level 2 tile, level 3 wall. All good, that'll be that section over there to the left. Now let's do this hallway and this section up here. I think for here, we could probably get away with a tile level 2. And we want to identify ourselves in the same conundrum we saw before with this. So to prevent this from causing significant issues, I also want to make just like a T-bone. Well, actually, no, even if I made a T-bone section here, that wouldn't really help. Kind of strange to me that seems to cause problems. That's what we could do. But then if we want the T-bone section this off. You kind of, yeah, that would work because you put that there, that there, that there. Easy peasy. I have a lever that faces to the left. I do, just might be kind of hard to see. Okay. Oh, hello, Grekor. Thanks for coming by, dude. How's it going? You spent a decent amount of time working on your game yourself? Still need to find decent sources of sound effects? Ah, fair enough. Well, it really depends on what your software is. So some softwares will have like default sound effects that you can make good use of if you're clever with them. Such is the case with Heartwell. So a decent amount of the sound effects come straight from like the default, you know, free to use Multimedia Fusion 2.5, just default samples. But other stuff, you know, you get creative. You'd be amazed what you can do as long as you have a microphone and Audacity. Yeah, so Director, what you can do is you can take sound effects that do exist that are, you know, free to use, whether you make them yourself or things like that, and then you can go into Audacity and like mess around with different like voice filters and bass and treble to get what you want. You can also, if you're using like free music software, like play a note or two and then like try to mess around with that. That can also get you some sound effects depending on what you're looking for. As a fun little example, you know the classic death counter sound I use for, well, my streams. That is actually based off of a bell sound that I produced just by playing a single like bell note in I think it was the Cakewalk Studio by BandLab, which is a free software for synthesizing music. And that was a pretty easy way to get that sound effect. Fair enough, Pepper. Alright. So if you're having trouble on the sound effects front, my first question would be what sound effects are you trying to produce, and where, since that could help inform me on where the problems might lie. You really need okay, like some with more crunchiness. Okay, well, do you have? I guess my first question is, do you have any sound effects to that effect? Just maybe not quite what you want, but you still have a sound effect of some sort. Yeah, I'm posing a question. So, like, do you have like a maybe like a default like, you know, gun sound effect or something? Alright, well, if you have one, then you can edit that. You just go into Audacity, you mess around. Like, if you want to get sound more crunchy or bassy, you know, you up the bass to that. If you want to make it kind of stand on its own or, like, warp it a bit, there are many, many, many different ways to mess around with that. And you have to be willing to experiment. You could also experiment, like, as long as you have a microphone repertoire, just get different stuff around the house and see if you can produce what you're looking for. And fun fact about Dorothy's, so I'll pull this up. Dorothy's footsteps are an excellent example of this. So these sound like, you know, kind of like footsteps you hear in Minecraft, right? They're not. They're actually just me tapping on a table right next to my microphone. So something like this. And then modifying those sounds, making them sound bassier in Audacity. That's how I got that. So literally, these are not actually, this sound effect for footsteps is not actually the footsteps. And again, this is not a unique concept. A lot of sound design engineers for video games do very similar things. They take stuff in real life and distort it or mess around with it to make it sound what they need to. If you want a really famous example, I remember hearing listening to an interview from one of the lead sound designers for Sledgehammer games when they were making Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. And also what happens if you fall off the bridge there. Nothing yet, we haven't quite done that yet. So if you'll notice, Graptor, there aren't any like any walls in orange actually have slopes. So over here, everything has the proper collision. Down in this section, everything has the proper collision. And as you can see, it's been optimized a bit to reduce the amount of platforms we're using. So even though visually, I know this is all part of the fun wonders of game design, visually, this looks like this should all be at like level 1, this at level 0, right? In actuality, only like this tiny section is at level 1, everything else is level 0 to save tiles. But with the wonders of like these invisible tile setting things, you'd never know the difference. functionally it's the same, but this is much more optimized than trying to just lay a bunch of tiles down. So very much we're playing a game like that where we're looking for ways to I've actually had to restructure some sections of levels too, of the levels so far to use fewer tiles. Such was the case here. Functionally, you know, we only need a 2 level here to prevent players from getting up it. Before it was at 3, but there was no need for that if we just redesigned the section. Now you have that little stair up to 1. But it all works out. But yeah, back to my Sledgehammer Dames example. So the guy needed to, the sound design engineer needed to make like a sound effects for a tank that could walk. So like big, you have to imagine like trying to create a sound effect for like some kind of sci-fi thing isn't the easiest thing in the world, especially like, you know, walking mech. That's not something you can just go down to the store and buy or something. So what does the guy do? He, as he's trying to figure out how he's going to make the sound effect for this, he hears his garbage truck coming down the street to, you know, pick up his garbage. So the sound design engineer literally takes his microphone over to, you know, the guy who's taking out the trash and be like, hey guys, is that all right if I record the sound of, you know, the truck doing its thing? And that's how he got the foundation for the sound effects that would eventually be like that, you know, big mechanized sound that would eventually become the sound effects of the walking tank. So the point is, Dracor, if you have a microphone and some creativity, just go explore. Go try and find. It's wild, like the kinds of places where you can get sounds that you can mess around. But that's just to show you an example. Be resourceful with the sounds around you. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just have to modify the wheel to your purposes, if you will. Similarly, you know, the famous sound of like the Star Wars blaster fire shot is literally just a metal wire that you pluck. That's all it is. That's where the sound effects comes from. It's like pew pew. That's so again. If you're, I encourage you to, depending on what you're looking for, look around, see if you can find something that's, again, you're not looking for something that sounds exactly like what you want. You just want something that you can imagine in your mind, turning the pitch up or down, and then either lengthening it or shortening how long it plays to get the sound you want. All right. So if we play this like that, then not only do I think that looks a bit more aesthetically pleasing, but it also will allow us to save on some conditions there. Yeah, and enough so it's legit like this thing. Yep. I would not recommend that, Grekor. You're much better off finding stuff on your own, or, you know, quite frankly, using a free music editing software to, you know, play the different pixely sounds that you need to, because you can do that quite easily. If I were to move this down here and try to corner it upward. Alright, I'd still have enough space to do that. That's good. And chat, this is why, again, it's so important to have leave space for yourself to edit things. As we're seeing here, like, I thought, like, you know, we spent quite a few weeks coming up with the general layout here, and as you can see, we're already editing it now that we're actually in the implementation phase, and that's fine. That's to be expected. It's just, you never quite know what those ads might be until you actually start trying to put it functionally together. You realize, oh, wait a minute, there's some things I didn't even consider implementation-wise that might affect this. But that's okay. It's all part of the fun. Right. Right now we just slide that down here. Oh, also, Drekor, if you're still here, I would strongly recommend you to watch towards the end of the most recent Trails of Cold Steel 2 stream, because we got we reunite with two of your favorite characters from Class 7, and I'll leave it at that. So I have to say, it was a very heartwarming reunion. Some details. Yeah. Wait, would that work? Idea, chat. Idea. So, in order to make this work, we need enough of a long tunnel, so to speak, to let us since we're starting at a floor of 2, we need 2 spaces longitudinally downward to set it back to where it needs to. So here, this is fine, because, you know, platform tile, level 2 setter, level 1 setter, ground floor. Here, this doesn't quite work because it's a bit, oh dear, it's a bit too tight, as they say. So, if we had just 2 more blocks upward, that could work. So, chat, the obvious answer to this is simply shift everything 2 blocks upward, which we can do. And it will also, like, you know, give the appearance of this being just like an astronomically tall well, because then the player will be able to quite easily see up here, like, oh, there's more stuff up there. It's not a lot of work. It's actually quite simple. All I have to do, take these details, shimmy those 2 blocks up. Let's, yeah, like that. Boop, boop. Then shimmy everything else upward. The one thing I'm not sure about okay, so those are the same color. just delete these. You're checking some habits. Oh, life would be so much easier if you could. You just will assets into existence. I'm not so sure about that. I think part of the joy of game development comes from figuring out how to make what's in your head actually become a reality. There's a certain amount of joy of that would be lost if you could just say, I want this. Oh, well, now I have it. Well, I think that would trivialize one of the funnest aspects about game development. I'm not wrong, but the thing is, what record? The part I really wish you to focus on is the fun stuff, making levels, all that. Well, Record, you have to reach that point. Like, I could not confidently do this, for example, had I not set up all the fundamentals for Heartwell's, like, RPG mechanics and such. Affecting all those damage equations and things like that, save file systems. There was a lot of background efforts it took to do this. I mean, heck, even the platforms themselves, there was a lot of background effort that it took to get to that point. So, you need to have, I think the best way to put it is before you can really play, you need to have toys, if that makes sense. You know, okay, fair enough. Oh, I'm just friendly reminder. You need to have a foundation to build off of. Yep. And things I do sometimes to help keep myself motivated, especially if I have to work on something for a while that's very, that's more on the tedious side or more on like the computational side. You should have like a list of things to do. And make sure that you can break it apart into like things that need to get done, like foundational stuff, and also things that you find like fun. So that way, as your day burns out on doing something computational that has to get done, you can switch to something fun that's still pushing yourself forward to building the game. So in my case, the fun stuff, besides level design, of course, like stuff I would do if like I spent a while sitting down trying to figure out some programming thing. I'm like, you know what? I want to keep working on Heartwell, but I need a break from this. I'd either write some lore for my game, or write down some ideas I might have for like a future boss battle, write down potential dialogue between characters, little bits like that, or write down some information like about one of the specials or some ideas for to further flesh out some of the weapons that'll be added later in the game. Stuff like that. So that way you're still making progress towards your game. It's just you're doing it in a manner where you're cycling through stuff that could make you tired and stuff that doesn't make you as tired as quickly. And that way you can keep yourself moving forward. Yep. Well, and writing's quite important, both for playing purposes and for, you know, world building. All fundamental parts of making a game that has any sort of a story. All right, and that right there should, just like that, Report, we've now restructured at least how this section looks. You've been doing very little actual implementation recently. All right. Well, and that's, you know, that can also be a point of stagnation, because when you have an implementation thing weighing on your mind, it affects every other part of your creative process with game development. Like, I know, like, the damage counts and trying to separate the cobras to act individually was, you know, weighing me down for a while. And that's why it's better to, you know, first write out how you're going to accomplish those things, then write out specifically like your plans for accomplishing those things, your pseudocode, things like that, to help get yourself motivated and focus your thoughts, and then go for it, you know? Go for it, you know, spend the time, get it done, move forward. Like, now that I can actually, like, duplicate cobras and have them act independently, that's just such a massive weight off my shoulders. And it lets us, you know, some optimizations and reworks to damage and stats effects that make it all simpler for me to use in the future. So, all good stuff. And I'm sure it'll be the same with your game, Brecor. Honestly, I like the way we restructured this little section here. It looks a bit more... It looks clean, I think is the right word. Is the right term. Looks a lot cleaner. At least to me. Thanks, Grector. Alright. Let's change the background layer. If it will let me. Nope. How is the user you made the text message? Oh, do tell, Brecor, do tell. What did you do to optimize text message stuff? Alright. Let's open. I also realized I should have removed that. that. Explores image. Now, okay, so basically there's a message box object, and if you want to write a message on screen, all you need to do is call one function with the text, and the text box takes charge of doing all the complicated stuff by making the letters appear one by one. That's excellent, Gregor. That's excellent. That's how it should be. I've done a similar thing with Heartwell as well, where, like, you know, there's that, you know, you have your function for, like, playing the sound effects and presenting the text, you know, bit by bit. But otherwise, now it's just at a point where if I want to, you know, add text, you know, set a variable for when it shows up, right type in the text, and if I need to set up like other like conditions for when it should show up, you know, I do that manually. But there you go, easy peasy, right, Crackport? I'm glad you're thinking that far ahead, though, to make sure you've got because, you know, that's obviously going to be a very repetitive task, continually adding text and such, so making it easier on yourself is certainly going to help in the long run. Okay. Now, should be as, yeah, that's the correct positioning. Now what we do, I think the only things that changed were here and here. So we will use this to update the background tiles. Yeah, thinking ahead, something you learned in RPG Maker, good. Fixing stuff in post is way harder. Indeed, indeed. Well, Drakor, that's where documentation and stuff comes into play. If anything, something I've had to learn kind of the hard way the more I worked on Heartwell is design with the assumption that you will have to change something later. So, what does that look like? An example of that is I've left a lot of open spaces in my save file arrays and such, where I have like all these different values that I could like specifically change to tweak fundamentals of the game. And I've done the same thing with some of the other balancing things to be like, okay, I'll have a multiplier here, a multiplier there, these different variables, so where if I decide, oh, I don't actually like how that's balanced, I can just go somewhere and change a value without breaking things, and it'll all still functionally work. And have like, assuming that even if I thought something would be simple at the start, that I could make it more complicated later if I needed to. And I find like approaching development with that sort of a mindset can help as well, because if you work under the if you develop under the assumption that things will need to change in the future, it obviously makes it, well, one, when it inevitably does need to be changed in the future, you don't feel as bad, because you're like, okay, I prepared for this. And two, you are much more able to adjust to the need there. Right. Now we have our redesigned background. We can delete that, move these up here. Alright. Obviously this looks like a mess right now, chat. Don't worry, I'll fix it. It will be fixed. Yeah, I'm gonna leave this part alone just because I'm not sure. Well, I guess I could make a line here, but there's definitely more that needs to be done in terms of the slidey thing here. I guess we can duplicate for now. I could put that there. Should probably get rid, probably get away with a 2x2 there. A, force at B. C, control B. No. Okay. Oh, welcome back, Topper Nicholson, and this is a Heartwell dev stream tonight, Topper Nicholson. It says so on the schedule. You can just look that up, dude. I think I have a 1x1. Right now, we are working on some level design, or level design implementation, shall we say. I think, that work? Not quite. Oh, no, that would work. Perfect. As Kronk would say, oh yeah, it's all coming together. Let's, do I have an 8x1? I do. That work. Here, on the other hand, that could take an 8x1, I think. Yeah. Like that. Boop. Perfect. I did not Topper Nicholson. Alright. Hello, KJ Sparks, welcome back. Okay, KJ Sparks, I'd be willing to give them the benefit of the doubt personally. Maybe give them till tomorrow morning. If you still haven't heard back, you can just, give them a gentle ping. Just be like, hey, just wondering if you're... I just wanted to know if there's any update to the status of what they were looking into. Alright, that should help. That's almost all the sections. Alright. Oh, actually, that needs to be slithered down a bit. Like that. Move down. Only need 5. That will do. Alright. Just like that, chat. I think we have managed to fix our little slopey problem here. So you'll notice, chat, I throw a projectile up there, it all makes sense. I walk up here, it makes sense. Obviously we don't have the slope over here yet, but we still slide down here, makes sense. Hop over that, and walk down here, throw a projectile, makes sense. Yeah, all in all, I think that level section redesign will help a lot. Plus, I think it also looks, you know, relatively pretty. Definitely makes the well seem to have a bit more depth to it, which is good, as the well should. It is a very, very, very tall well, as you can see. Eventually, we should not be able to do this anymore in the future. I think this will be a good spot to take our second break. So don't worry, guys. I will be right back. All right, chat. Welcome back, everybody. Let's continue our level designing escapades. What? Still trying to find inside that. Alright. Fair enough, JJ Sparks. How does the drawing, by the way, JJ Sparks? For your OC. Still working on that? Alright, so the way I designed this is to... I mean, it makes sense to have a level 3 here. Alright. Oh, fair enough, JJ Sparks. It's alright to ask what you're writing about. So this room up here, chat, is one example where there isn't really, I guess, much room for optimization in terms of tile placing it. It's more of like a platform-heavy room where we're expected to use a bunch of tiles. So, obviously here, there isn't really sections where we can remove too much. I'm also realizing that... Actually, wait, this section doesn't make any sense. There's enough space for the player to fall there. Might have to rethink this one. Oh dear. You're focusing on Legend Warriors, your first issue seems to be taking an entirely different direction than what you hoped for in the first script for the first issue. Ah, okay. Trying to rewrite the first issue, rewriting the second a bit. Alright, do you have an outline in terms of what the new direction is, KK Sparks? I think that would probably, facilitate your revisions. So those down there are what we can do. Something like this. It's that substance there will prevent the player from standing there. It solves that problem. Need 4 more of these. Right. That's level 2 tiles. Yep. Oh, so you're back. Welcome back, Rekor. And you had something to say about your brain deleted. Okay. Yeah, that happens sometimes, Rekor. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. Yes, it's starting to focus on your main character. First hit bad in school so far. With that, you're saying, yep, you know, below sarcasm, twin brothers. Tries out swab. Actually, a little awkward around her. Parents were right off by school. Okay, fair enough, KK Sports. Yeah, it sounds like a classic, you know, first day of school, trying to get to know people, and then there's some, I guess, not so nice people around. Also, based on the panels, it kind of shows the main characters on sort of inside. Okay, interesting, interesting. I see JJ Sports, I see. Okay, makes sense. Alright, have a dinner, Copper Nicholson. JJ Sports says you'll go a bit further into this during her school day as well. Your goal is to not make it like Twilight with how ridiculous the school is about Bella. Okay. Fair enough. Do you have like a long-term outline for the story, JJ Sports? I usually find that's helpful, especially when I have to rewrite something. Awesome. I'm glad, Katie. Of course, I'm glad. Or the book, you remember the movie and No Normal High School gets hyped about one girl. Right. And, like, unless the person's like a celebrity, they're not going to get hyped about it. You're right. You are correct. Yeah, for this to make even a modicum of sense, we're going to have to lower the walls there. I also need to move the machine down a bit. Yep. Alright, sounds good, Record. Have a good night, Record. That's for the Lord. I'm trying to think I can do in the tile editor that would make that make more sense. That makes more sense. The lower wall will have the, yeah. I need this from here. Grab that tile. Cancel. Oh, that's not all the same color. Dear. And yes, I always edit here. All right. That's that run. Well, have to test it out. And also update our tile sets. Should update. There we go. Much clearer looking now. Oh, that's awesome, Copper Nicholson. I have not finished it yet. I still have more to watch. So no spoilers. All right. Now, let's go see how the section is. All right. Well, so far I'm not noticing any lag spikes, so that's good. Interesting. I'm curious about up here, since that section's a bit more tight. Well, you understand, Copper Nicholson. Rooster Teeth is working with the people who made Ice Queendom. Okay, that this worked out surprisingly well. That's good. It's a tight space right there, as we can see. But I think it's I think that'll work. Yeah. The other thing, Copper Nicholson, you have to take into account is in Ice Queendom, they had the benefit of being able to start over. Like, basically, sort of have like a reboot of sorts. Whereas Rooster Teeth had to, you know, after Volume 3, was basically stuck with the, you know, all the loose ends that Monty left them with. So And they also had that adjustment period from like volumes 4 to 5 where they were still trying to get back into the swing of things. So, you know, would I have preferred the writing to have been better in like volumes, you know, 4 through 5? Certainly. Can I understand why it was the way it was? Also, certainly. So I think this would make sense. Yeah. I'll make sure they're clear that they can't walk on that. That's cool, though. Alright, so that all seems to work as intended. I just gotta check the corners up there and then we'll be good. Oh, no. Oh, at least it's a platforming section, so that's good to see at the very least. There. Over here. Okay. Corners seem to make sense. Oh dear. That was very silly. Methinks we could benefit from that. Yep. Alright. Alright, Copper Nicholson. Then let me put it to you from a different perspective. Again, I think they're doing a great job. I just want to point out that if you... they also have the benefit of having the foundation set for them. Like, it's a similar argument you get when you look at, say, oh, well, the abridged... I think that a classic one is when you say, oh, well, Dragon Ball Z Abridged does a better job at telling a story than Dragon Ball Z. You could, you know, you can make that argument by saying, yes, they clean up a bunch of the plot holes and try to give some reasoning behind why certain characters do things. That's all well and good, but from there, do you make the leap in saying, okay, clearly Team 4-Star is better at writing a story than the people who originally created Dragon Ball? Not so sure about that, and the reason I say that is Team 4-Star, you know, however good of a bridge series they make, they're still, you know, basing what they have on the foundational work. They didn't do all the world building with, like, Dragon Ball Z to get it to that point, you know? So, can you say that's at, what's the name of the company, Shaft, is doing a good job of writing in the story for Ice Queendom? Absolutely. But at the same time, you also have to realize that they didn't create the original work. Like, they're certainly making it their own, and that's great. I'm just saying they didn't do all the world building that came into making Remnants and Grimm and all that stuff. Though I do enjoy how they expand upon that world building in meaningful ways. Alright, now it seems to be making more sense. So I slide. Makes sense. I slide here. Makes sense. Yeah, they're making it their own Copper Nicholson, which is great, but I'm saying, you know, you still have the same fundamental characters. Ruby is Ruby, Yang is Yang, Blake is Blake, etc. They certainly did the more development and such, which is great, but it's like, again, they didn't create the original cast, you know? They didn't create the original cast, they didn't create Beacon, they didn't create all, like, the fundamental world building, but they are very much making it their own based off what they got. You know, basically off what they're doing. It's the same, it's similar to, like, how you're saying, oh, well, clearly, like, a bunch of fanfiction writers can do better than the people who make original work. I think they can make great stories, but there's not the one who went through all the world-building process to create the original. Well, do you get what I'm saying, Copper Nicholson? I feel like I'm talking in circles at this point. No, Copper Nicholson, not necessarily at all. It's... If you want proof of that, Copper Nicholson, do your own world building for a story and see how hard it is. Like, from scratch. That takes a lot of effort and skill to do. To tell a good story from that world building is also another skill set entirely. No, it's not, Copper Nicholson, because you can pick and choose. You still have a foundation to build off of. It's much harder to build from scratch than it is to build off a foundation, however damaged. Since you can reforge that foundation, you know, take out the bits you don't like, and while keeping the ones you do. Where was I? Oh yeah. So that's all good. This section's good. Alright, now we're getting to the point where we'll need to work on the well itself. Well, it's not just brand recognition, Copper Nicholson. It's still having the base foundation characters, the base foundation world, all the rules of said world. That's a lot of information, Copper Nicholson. And trust me, you have no idea how much effort goes into building a foundation until you actually do it yourself. And do it well. It's a lot of work. Alright, so if we want to do this section... Alright, I do want to do this section eventually, but I think I'll hold off on that for now. Simply because that's going to involve a bit more, a bit of programming time. I think we'll be better served by at least getting some of these other sections all good to go. So not so much here. This well section is going to be an ordeal unto itself, but that's okay. That's all part of the fun. We'll accomplish that as we get there. KJ Sports says, hopefully you can write the multiverse factor on Legend of Warriors. See something. Fair enough. Fair enough. But wouldn't you agree, KJ Sports, it is a lot more challenging to write from scratch, like write a story from scratch, than it is to write a story, like than it is to, let's say, like write a fan fiction or something like that. Like, wouldn't you agree with the statement, KT Sparks? It's generally easier to write a story if there's already a world built, whether that's a world that you built a while ago or a world built by someone else, i.e. a fan fiction, as opposed to saying, okay, I'm going to write a story, but I'm doing it completely from scratch. I agree, Kate Sparks. I agree. Write a story from scratch is 1,000 times harder than writing something based off existing materials. Exactly. Exactly. Alright, let's actually switch gears to here. But first, make sure we have these lines copied, since that will be a new set of code. Right, so it's around the 1400s, late 1400s, here. We need to bring these over. That should, yeah, resolves that conflict. Yep. All right, let's bring these. All right. Where will this put us? Will this put us on a wall? Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Look at that, chat. Looks like the anti-stuff is working. Just we're spawning inside of a wall, so it's yeeting ourselves out of that. Just watch this. I spawn in and zoo. That's funny. Okay. Now if we rest down here. Actually, we should probably leave our current spawn zone alone for now, just so that we can... Oh, better yet. Better yet. Let's move this over here. Oh yes, the Homer Simpson meme where he disappears in the bushes. I remember that meme. That meme's amazing. Let's... Right, since I think I'm spawning... I'm trying to think of a spot that's going to be safe on both frames. I'm starting around there. That's... 1942-ish. So like, yeah, 1250-ish. Left down to the left. So, aren't close to here, I think. And to the left. I should be okay if I spawn right there, in theory. In theory. Let's save right there. If I open up the other frame, where does that put us? Perfect! Perfect for testing purposes. Now, obviously, this save point won't be here in the tutorial dungeon. This is just for our own sanity when we're testing out the platforming stuff here. I think that'll help a wee bit. Necessarily need that background. Alright. Oh yeah, that's certainly a strategy. One's not necessarily better than the other. It just depends on what you're going for. It's a strategy in RPGs to, if you have multiple different classes, maybe pick and choose if you can. But obviously, you lose out like the end gamey stuff. But you might be able to make an interesting combination that fits your playstyle more. Right. Yep. You also have to be, if we're at least talking in Dungeons and Dragons terms, you also have to be willing to have a DM that's willing to let you try those things. That there, that there. and that one to the corrupt time's gonna be tricky. Or maybe not. I think we have our 5 tiles here. And there we go. Oh, I'm realizing this is not quite complete. I'm fine with Dr. Harper Nicholson if it's more my character, but thanks for the suggestion. My least favorite D&D class, the Dungeons and Dragons class. Good question. I'd say probably either like warrior or something like that. Basically, whatever like your default sword class would be. Default, I mean, like, you know, like your knight or something like that. Or just maybe like a paladin. It would be my least favorite class. I think it'd probably be like a paladin class. The reason being is that it's just it's a very versatile class, but that's kind of, I think, why I don't like it as much. No, I am a fighter. I'm backing up. I'm saying like a paladin class. So a paladin's like a knight that can use some magic and things like that. No, Copper Nicholson. I just like paladins for the sole reason that I think it has too wide of an application. Like sort of a jack of all trades, master of none sort of thing. I like to specialize a lot more when I'm playing games. So I'd say whichever class is just kind of like the most average of them all, or the one that has the I'm not articulating myself well. The one that has the widest variety. So that's not paladin. Then what would that be? Is that like a warlock or something? Alright, well, I still think it would be a paladin in that case. No, not really, Copper Nicholson. Fighters don't have spell casting stuff, or at least the way I'm playing it, it doesn't. So I wouldn't consider that the most versatile by any means. I think there might be some subclasses in fighters to get magic, but I think that was one of the drawbacks I like insinuated on myself with the fire classes to make sure I can't get magic. Alright, but I don't consider that versatile, Copper Nicholson, because in traditional Dungeons and Dragons, magic matters so much from what I've seen. Like, there are many times where it's like, yes, I have all these different weapons that I can use, but it doesn't matter too much when my enemies keep dodging my attacks because my accuracy is so low. Or when my enemies, like, resist all, like, my melee attacks. The way we explained it in the lore isn't so much magical, it's more so like some kind of construct thing. But regardless, I like to spice things up, if you will. So even if I start with a generic class that I might not like on its surface, I like to take it in ways that go outside the realm of what one would normally expect for the class, if possible. Anyway, what's your least favorite Dungeons and Dragons class, Copper Nicholson, since you brought it up? I mean, that makes sense for a cleric. I mean, it's called a cleric for a reason, Copper Nicholson. Well, no, I disagree, Copper Nicholson. There are so many deities out there. I think that greatly broadens its role-playing possibilities.
Remember all the happy times we had.
Like, you know, which deity you choose would, for the player, you know, greatly affects how it's played. Am I missing something here? Do I just not have the code for this? Oh, I probably don't. Yeah. So, Copper Nicholson, if you wanted to make a cleric that's an atheist, you just call them an apothecary and leave it at that, I'd say. Either an apothecary or an alchemist. That's how you do it, in my view. So it would still be the cleric base class, you're just using a different term for it that still accomplishes the same thing. Well, no, it is, because think of it this way. What's a cleric fundamentally do? They heal stuff, they use incantations and other kinds of blessings. If you want to remove the religious aspect of it, that's an apothecary. An apothecary would use potions and other sorts of things to basically do the same thing. Oh, is Artificer a different main class, or is Artificer like a subclass? I see. Alright, well, let's think about this. How would you get... Alright, if you want to get a source of power that isn't a deity, it just need maybe have it be like some kind of magical stone or something. Again, not like... Or like maybe a core or something, like how Dwemer work. So, you don't necessarily need... You have like this massive overflow of mana or something that you carry on your person that is your source of... You know, is that source of magic. But otherwise, you're not beholden to any particular deity to get said resource. But you still have to take into account managing how things are, how your mana store is going. Whereas with most clerics, it would be a question of trying to make sure you're managing things well with your deity to keep getting magic and spells from them. In the case of having like some kind of core or stone you're carrying around, it's managing said stone, so taking care of it. Again, still functionally the same class, it's just now it's in... No, Copper Nicholson, it wouldn't be worshipping an artificial god. What it would be is essentially being a caretaker for a magical artifact. So more like some kind of historian, if you will, taking after something that has a lot of power in it. Again, functionally, it would still behave exactly the same as any other cleric. It's just you've changed the terminology from I am a priest worshipping this deity to get these powers to I am a member of the intelligentsia making use of this grand magical stone or this I found or this core I've designed and making sure I maintain it so it can keep doing things for me. So that's why I was saying I don't think the cleric really siphons you in that direction. You just have to figure out what your flavor of it is. Like, strip away the initial connotations of it and look at functionally what does the class do. Clerics are healers and buffers. Well, it doesn't matter if it's allowed by the majority of the D&D community or not, Copper Nicholson. All that matters is that it's allowed by the DM you're working with. I mean, lots of stuff is homebrewed, and homebrewed stuff is most certainly not allowed by a lot of the D&D community, depending on what the homebrew is. But who cares? Because that might not be what the game is, you know? Alright, now that seems to be working. I think what we'll do is we'll test out these couple of rooms. I just told you my feedback, Copper Nicholson. If you have a different question, feel free to ask. So what we're going to do is let's see. I do need to actually wait a minute. If Paladin's my least favorite, what's my favorite? Great question. Admittedly I have not used enough. Like I haven't played traditional D&D enough to know like a lot of the nuances with different in classes. But if you gave me two to pick, I would probably pick either. I picked one based off of whether I'm going to be offense or defense. If I'm going to be primarily like, well, offense or support, shall we say. If I'm being, like an offense / support thing, I definitely want to be a fighter. Or if I wanted to be more, well, more like full support, then I'd be a cleric. Simple as that. So yeah, I'm definitely enjoying the fighter class. It's a lot of fun, especially with like some of its subclasses. Are they damage dealing? I guess I don't know enough about cleric dungeons. What I've always thought of a cleric is like a healing class. If that's not how it functionally works, then I'm misunderstanding the class. Okay, so there's the falling animation, which is very short because it's all happens at this. In case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just testing out collisions and such. Problem is, if I go in that room, I won't be able to get it out, so let's see what's over here. Yeah, I will have to code the other one to let that thing work, but other than that, it makes sense. Alright, well, what I'm saying in the comprehensible sense, I would build the cleric to be more of like a healer / support thing then. Like, more like the traditional sense of a cleric, like you think in most RPGs. Okay, seems to be working so far. Can I jump? Yes, I can. It's cool to finally have like collision here so I can see how different areas feel. And to that, I say Copper Nicholson. I'm only a player in a Dungeons and Dragons 5e edition. I don't have much intention of learning much more beyond that. What's in my base class, since I much prefer to homebrew my own stuff whenever I decide to do a Dungeons and Dragons campaign. But I appreciate the suggestion, Copper Nicholson. And that's because Copper Nicholson, whenever I create a Dungeons and Dragons campaign as a dungeon master, I much prefer to make my own rules as opposed to follow the traditional rule sets. Hence why I'm very clueless about like the traditional classes. Right, this all seems to be making sense. Okay. So far, so good. And the good thing is there doesn't seem to be, even though it says, you know, we have a ton of objects on screen, we don't actually seem to be having any noticeable lag, which is good. Good. How do I know what I'm making is balanced if I don't research other games? What's possible in other games? Well, that's where you misunderstand, Copper Nicholson. I do most certainly have a large knowledge base of balancing. It just doesn't come from other Dungeons and Dragons games. It comes from just plain video game knowledge. Like, I've played a lot of Flash games. I've played a lot of different RPGs. That's where my video game balancing knowledge comes from. And I also take into account feedback from players whenever I'm homebrewing a campaign. So that's where I get my video game balance knowledge from. But those aren't well, they're not all tabletop RPGs, Copper Nicholson, but many of them of the RPGs I have played before are turn-based RPGs. Shine Force is a turn-based RPG. I mean, that's obviously like the key example I point to first is that. But I've also played like Divinity 2 Original Sin, which is very much a turn-based RPG that even has its own built-in tabletop system if you want to make a game based off of that rule set. I've played let's see, what's the name of that campaign? Star Wars: The Knights of the Old Republic, which is actually built off a D&D engine. So it's not like I'm coming out of this blind. Also, all the like Trails of Cold Steel 1 and 2, those are turn-based RPGs. I could go on, but the point is there's a lot of RPGs out there to learn from. And you'd be amazed how well that translates into balancing a Dungeons and Dragons campaign. Right, but that's why I'm saying it's like that's the benefit of creating my own format. So whether something I come up with would be balanced in like D&D 5e or not is irrelevant because I'm not using the D&D 5e rule set, you know? not at all, Copper Nicholson. If anything, it expands the possibilities of gameplay, because I'm considering a lot more games with a lot more rule sets than I am just a single rule set that's been used in however many variety of games. You know? Or to put it in a different perspective, do I want to read an encyclopedia? Do I want to know one novel very, very, very well? Or do I want to read a bunch of different novels in the same genre? The answer is the latter. So if the genre is turn-based RPG, I personally think it's better to, again, familiarize oneself, if you're creating the game, mind you. If you want to follow, again, no disrespect to following the traditional Dungeons & Dragons 5e rule set. If you want to do that, perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that. In which case, learn that rule set as best you can. What I'm saying is, to someone who wants to homebrew a campaign, it's probably better to really expand your repertoire, so to speak, so you can make a really fascinating turn-based system. You're saying it's hard to find players to actually play the game, to which I say, you know, I think it's easier to find players to play the game if you have a bunch of friends, and then some of the friends might be interested in that stuff, then you can work with them to make that happen. That's my 2 cents on it. If you're trying to find a game online, sure. It would be a lot easier if you're just following the traditional rule sets. But you're trying to make, you know, a game among friends. It's whatever the heck you and your friends want at that point. Yeah, so I think we're talking from 2 completely different contexts here with Copper Nicholson. You're correct that if you want to start a Dungeons & Dragons campaign online, it's a lot easier if you are doing stuff that other people are more familiar with. But I digress. No, I know it can, but I'm saying, Copper Nicholson, when I'm with close friends, I'd much prefer just to make my own rule set personally, because I find that more fun. As you can see, I mean, Copper Nicholson, most of my fair time is spent developing my own video game. Like, I enjoy doing that. So when I'm a dungeon master, I want to make my own rule set because I find more joy in that personally. And that just all comes from what I'm looking for. It depends on the group, Copper Nicholson. I think no matter what rule set you pick, traditional or homebrewed, there's going to be a learning period. It doesn't matter if you're a veteran of Dungeons and Dragons or someone who's just starting out. So, yeah, whatever you pick is what you pick. And then but again, that also depends, Copper Nicholson. As a DM, you can be there to offer your support as needed. It really does depend on the circumstances. The homebrew method makes the dungeon master the only source of info. True, but the dungeon master can create their own like resources for their friends to learn, like, you know, Google documents and other things like that to further detail the rules and make sure everyone's following on the same page. Plus, unlike traditional D&D, you'd have that back and forth with the players to try and actually create the rule set, which would be a lot of fun too, you know? What I'm trying to get across here, Copper Nicholson, is homebrew versus traditional D&D is going to be fun for different types of people and people with different interests, and that's perfectly fine. I'm just stating that from my perspective, I personally enjoy homebrewing my own campaign more than I do trying to DM traditional D&D 5e. That's it. That's all I'm saying. You're trying to see a point. Which point would that be, Copper Nicholson? Oh yeah, for sure. It's way easier to modify a story that already has a ton of world building set up. Super, way easier. It's not even close. So, Copper Nicholson, easier with if you're comparing D&D 5e versus a homebrew campaign, easier, certainly. Better, depends on the person. For me, I wouldn't necessarily consider it better. I personally get a lot more joy out of making something from scratch. I mean, if Heartwell wasn't enough of an example to show that, I don't know what is. But for others, they just want a rule set that's functional and something that they know works, and nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying I find it more rewarding to create my own path, so to speak. Create my own rule set. And all the fun that comes from that. Since another benefit I like of a homebrew D&D campaign is it certainly helps, you know, germinate more ideas for like other games, whether like you're building a game or things like that. All right, counterpoint, Copper Nicholson. If one creates a homebrew D&D campaign and that's a bad game system right off the bat, you know what that is? That's a learning opportunity in real time to learn how to balance video games even better, because you have to do it. Which I think is a cool thing to learn, personally. Since you have, like, you know, people who you can interact with in real time, be like, okay, I'm going to try this with the new battle system. Did that work out? Maybe it worked out here. I'm like, oh, that felt like a risk. Did I balance that well? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. And then you take that feedback and learn. You can have a similar sort of back and forth with even traditional D&D, but I don't think nearly to the same extent, because with traditional D&D, you're just trying to make sure that the stats of the monsters are beatable by your allies. And like the amount of monsters and things like that, and what the monsters can do. With a homebrew campaign, you have to do all that and then consider like your rule system on top of that and any adjustments you make from that. What if you don't realize the bad game mechanic until it's too late? Well, the thing is, comprehensive plan, it's not too late, because if you're playing the game and then as you're going, you realize, oh wait, something I designed here was horribly unbalanced, then you have a discussion with your players on how to rebalance it. Much like how in real life developers will get feedback from their players for bug fixes or other balancing things to help make things better. I personally enjoy that. I enjoy that sort of feedback loop. And always trying to improve things. But, like I was saying before, it's not for everyone. And that's completely fine. I'm guessing Coppernet will say in your case you wouldn't want to homebrew your own D&D campaign. Is that fair to say? All right, I think we're making good progress. We did a lot of wall mapping here, as you can see, but it is also starting to get a bit later. I think I'll use this time to begin to wrap things up. So, if you are watching this on Twitch, feel free to stick around for a raid. But if you're watching this on YouTube and you like what you saw, please consider subscribing on YouTube. It's free to subscribe on YouTube. You can always change your mind later, and it's a great way to show support. If you're watching on YouTube, I hope you have an awesome day.